Good boy. What's that brand of doing? Jesus God, look at that kid on the I got these for you.
Welcome to Riverworks. For this great game today, it's April 11th. We have Alexi Loderby visiting from Rochester, New York, going against Queen City's Furies and Sirens. We're going to the A's and the B's today. I'm the Cash Man. I will be hosting the famous Buffalo Riverworks in downtown Buffalo, Buffalo's New York premier waterfront boating, sports bar, adventure, sports, music, and entertainment venue. It has been home for Queen City since 2015. Before we get started, I want to do the land acknowledgement. Thank you so much. We gratefully acknowledge that our event takes place on the traditional territories of the Seneca Nation, who are members of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the ancestral lands of the Wenro-Hanan people. This land is governed by the Dish with One Spoon Treaty, a committee to share and care for the land around the Great Lakes, and by the Treaty of Canandaigua, which reaffirms the Haudenosaunee sovereignty and land rights in what is now known as New York State. We honor the Haudenosaunee and all Indigenous people who continue to protect and steward this land today. We invite you to reflect on the history of the land and this people, and to consider how you can support Indigenous communities in their effort to preserve their culture and sovereignty. Queen City Roller Derby is dedicated to creating a safe and welcoming environment free from harassment, discrimination, and abuse. We expect all attendees to treat each other with respect, dignity, and fairness. Everyone is entitled to an environment without harassment, intimidation, or threats, physical assault of any type, unwanted sexual attention or contact, unwanted photography or video editing, video recording, bullying, or stalking. Any conduct that is violation of our policy towards Queen City Roller Derby skaters, officials, volunteers, or any of the attendees of the event will result in warning or removal from the event. If you witness or experience any prohibited behavior, please report it to any of our ushers. Well, if you're here, you're wearing an orange sash. Our head of security, surveillance, or any other of the game staff, or email info@qcrg.net. QCRD takes all reports seriously. Be excellent to each other. Just a minute, we will get into the introductions. The first game today will be Subzero Sirens, the home team in black. Captain for the Subzero Sirens is Marcy Boku, and bench alternative is Ubaby. For Rock City Roller Derbies, they will be away, and they are in white, with game captain Double Helix and bench alternative Morbid. He's been the bench coach today as well. We'll go through introductions here in just a second. Very excited to be able to announce on the stream. This is beautiful. What a great view we have here. What a great day. A lot of people here. Very excited. The attendance is amazing, and the crowd level is anticipating an incredible game here, starting with the B-Sides game. Okay, we're about to get into our introductions here. If you haven't made it yet and you're watching this on YouTube in your car, you still got time to get here. Just letting you know that. All right, we are all ready for introductions. But first, we are welcoming QCW's alumni. This is our 20th year, and we are acknowledging our alumni. You may have caught it on our podcast. Check it out. Roller Derby is a very inclusive group, and celebrating the 20th year in Buffalo. Queen City is acknowledging some of the people who made this great sport and kept it alive here in Buffalo. You couldn't do it without these people who are the foundation of this team.
You are part of the story and you feel with us every time it's fun to look at. For 20 years, it has been more than a sport. It's been a place of belonging, empowerment, resilience, and joy. It has created lifelong friendships, unforgettable moments, and the hope of different communities. As we go into time, we hope to look ahead to the next generation, the next chapter, the next point of the strength, community, and derby. We'd like to give a moment to the public memories of those who joined us tonight. We have Stephen Brown, Lotus Griffin, Metal District, Susie Pitt, Lisa Laura, Ace Bandage, Abby, Anita Duke, Frank Fryer, Fred Dishes, and Schwarzer, Yvonne Leora, Wanda Axelman, Flo Gorgeous, Mayflower, Rosalie, Steve West, Kristen House, Mr. Craig, Ian Preston, Freshwater Pearl, John Wood, Justin Henry, Papa Wow, Carnival, Apple, Fresh Bandit, Superman, Billiard Collision, Sunhawk, OC Eagle, Brutality, Sin, Flamethrower, Genre, Knockout. Warrior, DJ Armstrong, Full Power, Unique Off, and Violet.
So if you could hear that or not, there was just a list of names from our people who were here to start this wonderful league 20 years ago. We're acknowledging them right now.
Probably someone does. I don't think I do, honestly. That's like one of my backpack medications and not one of my
Their time, their passion, their spirit, and help shape the community we share today. They were our teammates, our friends, our mentors, and our inspirations. They shared in our victories, lifted us through challenges, and left their mark not just on the track, but on our lives. They were no longer skating beside us or shooting from the sidelines. Their presence is so felt in every cheer, every stride, and every moment of connection we create here. Their legacy lives on in the strength of this league, and in each of us continues to journey. They will be us. At this time, let's take a moment of silence. Let us hold space to remember, for gratitude for the very bottom of the past, present, and future. We say that we remember them and we carry them with us always. Thank you.
We ending that with an memoriam for the skaters that have passed since then, who've been a part of Queen City Roller Derby. And now we are getting into our first matchup, our Subzero Sirens versus the B-Sides. All right. Going to acknowledge first our friends who are the referees and non-skating officials, the Buffalo Herd. You might see a shot of them right now in the penalty box. It's a dream of a skater to put the referees in a penalty box. There we go. Apex Detonator, inside ref, Nikki Needles, inside pack ref, jam ref, Behold, Stripey Horse, jam ref, Ammunition, outside pack match, outside pack ref, Rachel Tension. And I did miss that last one. Penalty lineup, Tracker, Tim Tam Slam. Also go to names, Kraken, Lost in Your Thighs, Lefty Lucy, Box Cutter, Carnivore. We got Giant Boy Detective, Wookie Mistake, Voodoo Child, and No Ship Sherlock. Those are your skating and non-skating officials. People who are making this game happen today, and both games as well. Thank you, refs, non-skating officials, volunteers, everybody who makes this happen. Now we're going to introduce Rock City Roller Derby. I'll be up first, the B-Sides. Oh, I guess we're going to get right into the game. I will go through and announce the B-Sides when we get timeouts. So we'll be starting off jamming for the Sirens. We've got Killing Them Smalls. And for the B-Sides, we have Nutty Nelly. It would be our first two jammers of the game. Everyone's in position. We are ready to go with that whistle. The game has started. For 5 seconds before it started. There we go. All right, Killing the Smalls goes into the pack. Nutty Nelly as well. Nutty Nelly goes from the middle to the inside, back to the middle, trying to break through. Still no lead jammer picked up. Smalls is looking to go on the inside and breaks through the pack and picks up lead jam for the Sirens. Nutty Nelly still looking to make the initial pack, being held by a very tough defense right on that first jam. Killing Them Smalls comes around the outside, trying to put some points on the board, running into that wall by Rock City along the outside, not making it easy, going back to the inside, still filling the spaces. If Smalls needs to get through, Smalls hits the ground, does stand back up, and picks up 4 on that pass. 4 points on the board for the Sirens. Now, Nutty Nelly looking to make that initial pass, still being stifled. Defense out there is being very tough. Got Marseille Boucou there actually anchoring that wall that's stopping as Smalls comes around for another 4-point pass. 8-point jam so far for the Sirens. Oh, and Nutty Nelly did hand the star off to Hustler. Now the jammer on record for the B-Sides. Hustler not seating the star yet on the helmet. And Smalls comes around the inside to turn 4 and picks up another 4 points. Hustler with 2 to beat to get through, and as Smalls goes around the inside on turn 1, another 4-point pass. Hustler looking to get through, just not having much luck at all for the B-sides. Rock City defense stifling up a little bit, making Smalls have to force their way through, not getting through, and the jam does get called off. I almost think there was another 4-point pass in there. There we go. They added it to it. I knew there was another 4-point pass in there that did not get counted. There we go. 20 points on the board for the Sirens, 0 for the B-sides. And I apologize if I call them the Rock Stars. They are the B team of the Rock Stars. We've got Sandy Checks with the star for Rock City this jam, and we've got and we have Kiss of Death with the star for the Sirens picking up the lead jam. Sandy Check still looking to get past one more. Does get around the outside of the pack and picks up the lead jam for the Rocks for the B-sides. 4 points on the board for Kiss of Death, and Kiss of Death calls off the jam before Sandy Checks can get there to put any points up on the board. Sandy Checks, that's the brand of checks I don't buy when I go shopping. Too crunchy, you know, but rice checks okay, wheat checks okay. Sandy Checks, no thank you. All right, we're going to hear the jam 3. Sorry, you're going to learn I'm a goofy dude. So, still no penalties called. This being the 3rd jam now of the game. I'll probably just jinxed us by saying that. But we got Pepper Fox with the star for the Sirens. And the Rock City, the B-sides does get the lead. I can't see. Oh, Dez. 0-8-2-2. Dez there with the star for the B-sides. 4 points coming for the first point scope pass and a call off jam. Only picking up 1 on that jam for the B-sides, but they're on the board. 24 on the Siren side. Sorry, 25 on the Siren side. But it's like the B-sides didn't pick up anything on that jam. Unfortunately, I'm situated where there's a column in front of me, so it all happened behind that. But this is a beautiful arena, man. You cannot beat this. Smalls with the star for the Sirens. And we have Florence Fightingale for the B-side. Florence Fightingale moves to the inside and picks up the lead jam for the B-sides. Smalls makes it through as well. Both jammers are racing back to the pack. Put some points up on the board. I'm guessing Florence will do a quick call off after the pass. Goes to the inside on turn 1. Does call the jam off. Rock City puts up their first points on the board of the game. You know, apparently Florence Nightingale went out of bounds, did not pass anybody inbounds. No points yet for the B-sides. Nutty Nelly with a star for the B-sides this jam. Kiss of Death with the star for the Sirens. The defense lining up at the pivot line as the jammers run in. Kiss of Death goes to the outside. Nutty Nelly goes up the middle. Kiss of Death comes around the outside and does pick up a lead jam. Nutty Nelly follows and does make the initial pass. Both jammers can put points on the board. Nutty Nelly, Kiss of Death coming up for that first scoring pass, trying to get some points on, calls the jam off before any points can get put up. It looks like is incorrect. 1 going on the board for the Sirens as the jam gets called off. 26-0 right now. Sirens over the B-sides. We're going into jam number 6 of the first half. Sandy Checks once again with a star for the B-sides. No more jokes, I promise. And we've got Pepper Fox with the star for the Sirens. Pepper Fox rolling back and to get a little bit of a speed up, hitting that line as the whistle blows. Fox goes up the middle. Sandy Checks goes to the outside, gets knocked out of bounds. the blocker did follow out of bounds, so Sandy Chex does pick up lead jam for the B-sides. Very good, great awareness by Sandy Chex to see that blocker who knocked Sandy Chex out of bounds went out as well. You're allowed to come back in then instead of having to recycle behind the whole pack. Now Sandy Chex is putting the first points up and calling the jam off. 4 points on the board for the B-sides. None for the Sirens. Got Dez with the star for the B-sides this jam going up against Smalls for the Sirens. Both jammers lined up on the jam line. And as that whistle blows, Smalls goes to the inside. Dez goes up the middle, pushing through a three-wall, trying to get one more round, but Smalls comes in on the inside line and picks up lead jam going around turn one. Excuse me, Dez is still trying to get past that three-wall as Smalls comes up for the first scoring pass. Gets knocked down going on the outside of turn one, does stand back up and puts 4 points on the board for the Sirens. Dez still looking to make that initial pass. Hands the star off. We now have a new jammer on record for the B-sides. And the jammer is Hustler. Hustler now is made the initial pass, so Hustler can put some points up. Look like that. Smalls will probably take one more pass and call the jam off. And that's exactly what happens. 11-point to 12-point jam for the Sirens. None going the B-sides way. 38-4. We got 21-48 left in the first half. Kiss of Death with the star. This next jam for the Subzero Sirens. Rockjar is 369. Dang, she fine. First jam of this afternoon for this game for Dang. Dang goes to the outside. The Kiss of Death goes to the outside. Kiss of Death picks up lead jam but falls down, and Dang makes it through the pack, so both jammers can score, but Kiss of Death can call that jam off before Dang makes it back to the pack. We're getting a little bit of fast pack going on too, so to be able to score, you have to get past them, and when the pack picks up speed, it means you have to skate faster. Must go faster. No points on the board. The jam does get called off. Interesting jam there with Kiss of Death picking up the lead but falling down. Dang making it through too, and both were able to put points on the board before that jam was called off. Nutty Nelly with a star for the B-sides. Pepper Fox for the Sirens. With that whistle, it looks like Pepper goes right up to the middle. Nutty Nelly goes to the outside, gets knocked out of bounds. Pepper goes to the outside and gets stopped. Pepper goes to the inside. Nutty Nelly goes to the inside. Pepper finds a way through, picks up lead jam. Nutty Nelly back to the middle, coming around turn one, and does make the initial pass. Both jammers can put points on the board now. Pepper Fox hitting that wall, and Nutty Nelly can score now. And before that last whistle, does Nutty Nelly getting 2 points on the board for the Sirens. Got Sandy Chex with a star for the B-sides this jam. Smalls for the Sirens. Whistle blows. The pack collapses around the jammers. Smalls just tries to use the power right up the middle. Sandy Chex goes to the inside. Both jammers. Sandy Chex with one to beat and picks up lead jam for the B-sides. Smalls hot on the tail of Sandy Chex. Someone wants to put some points on the board. You got to be, once again, fast pack for a second there. Guessing Sandy Chex will call that jam off after flying to the outside of the far straightaway. Calling that jam off, maybe getting one, it looks like. No, two. Two going on the board for the B-sides, one going for the Sirens. He's not saying he's number one. He's saying that's 1 point. There we go. 41-6, 18:43 left in this first half. So we have a timeout. Well, we have a timeout. I'm going to introduce who each team is. We've got 013 Mouth. This is Subzero Sirens. I'll introduce them first. 013 Mouth. 08 Shady. 1096 Hannibal. 12 Midnight. 1759 Marcipal Cool. Number 20 Serpentina. Number 25 Mima. Number 369 Pulverizer. 4 Pepper Fox. 48 Dislocate. 77 Killing Him Smalls. 8008 Andy. 87 Evil Incognito. 905 Hellsprout. 917 Skate Tectonics. Number 999 Kiss of Death. Coached by Ubaby, Heine, Cooper, and K Buddy. For the B-sides, we have 0137 Sandy Checks. Number 0822 Dez. 0847 Ziggy Scarguts. 11 Florence Fightingale. 17 Rigor Morhits. Number 1953 Double Helix. 21 Hustler. 22 Useless Talent. 248 Salt in Your Wound. 313 Nick's Warcat. 369 Dang She Fine. 405 Scrap Scallion. 409 Duck Duck Cruise. 52 2D Turmoil. 67 Post Mortimer. 709 Coragio. 85 Nutty Nelly. 9 Carnage and 9163 Not Nice. Coached by Morbid, Stitch McGee, P-Rex, and Paws. And I got it all in a timeout. Kiss of Death with the star for the Sirens. Dez for the B-sides as the pack collapses on the inside line right after the jammer line. Dez trying to use their power to get through, breaks through one, hit one right at the pivot line. Still no one's gotten through for the lead, and looks like Kiss of Death going around the outside gets out, stays inside, still looking for someone to break through this pack. It's a scrum there going on, and Kiss of Death picks up lead jam. Coming around turn 2. Dez looking to get through, still having a hard time on the outside of turn 2 there. Not having much luck. Kiss of Death coming up for the first 4-point score. Looking to get through, still being blocked there. Kiss of Death does break through the pack, swims right up the middle, puts 4 points on the board for the Sirens. Dez handed the star off to Hustler. Hustler now is the jammer on record for the B-sides. We have a whistle. It sounds like a penalty. Penalty getting Kiss of Death going to the penalty box. It is now a power jam for Dez. Dez needs to make the initial pass, though. Having trouble. I'm sorry, not Dez. That is Hustler. Hustler now with the star. Hustler trying to go around the inside of turn 4. Need some help from friends because you got a 4 wall right in front of you coming between turns 3 and 4. Getting knocked to the ground. Hustler still needs to make the initial pass, then can put some points on the board. Now we have some friends helping out there. Might be a little too late, unfortunately. 4 points on the board for the Subzero Sirens that jam. Nothing for the Rock City B-sides. Got Pepper Fox with the star for the Sirens, and we have Horaggio with a star for the B-sides. You hear a little cheer there. Horaggio skated for Queen City last year. Horaggio with 1 to beat picks up lead jam. I was going to say picked it up because the whistle was blown, but the referee didn't show the L sign until Pepper Fox making the initial pass as well. Both jammers can put points on the board. Horaggio directing traffic, trying to get some people on and calling that jam off. It looks like the Sirens might have picked up 2 and the B-sides 1. Or the B-sides none. Sirens getting 1. Killing M. Smalls with the star for the Sirens this next jam. Nutty Nelly with a star for the B-sides. As the pack collapses up beyond the jam line, and once the whistle blows, they're allowed to do that. Smalls goes to the outside, goes back to the middle, trying to force their way through a four-wall. 2D Turmoil anchoring that, not giving up anything. Nutty Nelly does break from the pack and picks up lead jam for the B-sides. Got a forearm penalty being called on Double Helix, the captain of the B-sides, going to the penalty box. Smalls does pick up 4 points. Nelly does. Nelly calls that jam off. I think both picked up some points there. 3 going to the B-sides, 4 to the Sirens. Halfway through this first period, this first half, and it's a 51 Sirens, 9 B-sides. Kiss of Death with the star for the Sirens. Dez with the star for the B-sides this jam. I'm sorry, not Dez. Pardon me, Sandy checks. Nice move by Sandy. Checks around the outside. Right off the whistle, picking up lead jam for the B-sides. Big distance between Sandy Checks and Kiss of Death. And we're getting a little bit fast pack once again. See if we can get some points put on the board. And then I'm sure it'll be a quick call off by Sandy Checks once they get through the pack. She's got to stay in bounds, Sandy Checks. Oh, Sandy Checks still has lead. Looks like Sandy Checks got hit in the head from behind. Sandy Checks going to the penalty box. You can't call it off. There's now a 2-minute jam, power jam, and Kiss of Death can put points up on the board. I did not see what the penalty was against Sandy Checks. I'm guessing a back block. I'd like to watch that back in slow-mo because it looked like Sandy Checks took a shot to the back of the head. Still no points on the board. Kiss of Death not getting anything up there yet. Oh, finally, teammates created a seal to get through. A little seam there in the defense and picking 4 points picked up by Kiss of Death. Sandy Checks back on the track. We've got another 35 seconds in this jam. Both jammers can score, so Sandy Checks can put some points up and does with this pass around the outside. Turn 3. 4 more going on the board for Kiss of Death. Got 15 seconds left in the jam. Tight defense here between turns 3 and 4. Whistle blowing. Someone getting called for a 4. Defensive player. No, it's going against 409 there. Duck Duck Brews going to the penalty box at the end of the jam. 12-point jam for the Sirens. 6 going up for the B-sides. I believe it's the biggest jam of this first half for the B-sides. So we've got Dez with the star for the B-sides this jam going up against Pepper Fox with the star for the Subzero Sirens. We have a timeout. Great time for a timeout, man. There was some intensive action in that last jam. We have a lot of great sponsors. Becker's Towing and Recovery. Becker's a full-service and licensed automotive repair facility located in Amherst, New York. They offer towing, repair, accident reconstruction, 24-hour tow service. Located at 9180 Transit Road in East Amherst, or call 716-688-9852. I'm the Cash Man here. I announce all over the place, including Queen City as well as in Rochester for Rock City, but we'll be traveling around a bit. I'm going to be at the tournament or the WFTVA playoffs that is going to be happening in Waterloo in June. You can hear me there too as well. And I do a show called Derby Rocks, if you've ever heard of it. It's a podcast / radio show about roller derby. Chris Schramm and myself. Friday nights here in Rochester. I'm in Rochester on 106.3, as well as live on Facebook and other places as well. Got the referees all discussing something that had happened in this last jam. I would like to go back and look at some of the footage there because it looked like a shot to the back of the head on Sandy Checks coming around on turn 4. that forced Sandy checks into that back block possibly. Pepper Fox once again, and Dez with the star for their respective teams. Pepper Fox goes along the inside line, picks up lead jam. Dez through as well. Both are going to be able to put some points on the board this time around. Pepper Fox approaching. There is one blocker in the penalty box. Two blockers, one for each team. There's a little 4-on-4. And the jam got called off. Quick 4 points and call off. Florence Fightingale with a star for the B-sides this next jam. Smalls with the star for Subzero Sirens. Still, both teams have one defender in the penalty box still. We get 3 defenders and 1 jammer on both teams, so it's a little bit of fun. It's kind of like playoff hockey. You only have 2 skaters and 1 goalie. All right, Smalls coming around, 1 to beat, comes around the outside, picks up the lead, coming around turn 1. Now both teams are up to full strength on the track. Florence Fightingale looking to make that initial pass through. I'm not sure that jam got called off. Were there any points put up? No fingers wagging in the air. Oh, there we go. 2 for the Sirens. Hiding behind the pillar. Got 10 minutes left in this first half. We've got Kiss of Death with the star for the Sirens. Nutty Nelly with the star for the B-sides. Nutty Nelly and Kiss of Death go to the outside. Then both of them come back to the inside with Nutty Nelly back before the jam line. Kiss of Death bouncing off defenders, 1 to beat, and does pick up lead coming around turn 1. All right, some offense there played for the B-side. Their hustler opening up a path and allowing Nutty Nelly to make that initial pass. Kiss of Death did put up 4 points on that first scoring pass and calls the jam off. 73-15. We've got 9:15 left in this first half. Sandy checks with the star for the B-sides this next jam. Pepper Fox for Subzero Sirens. Fox goes back, looks at the defense, picks the inside and goes into a 3-wall. One B-side blocker is in the penalty box. Fox gets punched, knocked out of bounds there. Rigor more hits there, knocks Fox out, which was great, makes recycle. Still looking to get that initial pass. 1 to beat, and Pepper Fox picks up the lead jam coming around turn 1. Sandy Chuck's still looking for that initial pass. Pulverizer knocking Sandy Chuck's down, not letting him get past that pack, that 3-wall. Sandy Chuck's does break through the pack. Pepper Fox going to the penalty box is a power jam now for the B-sides. Got at least 30 seconds of Pepper Fox being in the penalty box. Unfortunately, another B-side goes in, one of the blockers to the penalty box, so Sandy Chucks needs to get past and put some points up. Oh, just hitting the inside wall, not midnight there, not getting an inch along the inside of the far straightaway there. Just long enough for Pepper Fox to be able to come back out on the track. Pepper Fox did have lead, I believe, so we will go the full 2 minutes of this jam. And 4 points on the board for Pepper Fox. I think Sandy Chucks is allowed to pick up some points here too. We'll see how many before the 6 seconds left in this jam happens. I'm guessing Sandy Checks will at least get one or two here, and Pepper Fox another couple. Oh, both jammers picking up 4. So 8 going to the Sirens, 4 to the B-sides. And it sounds like we have a timeout. Official review by the white team, which would be, pardon me, which would be the B-sides. Time for a little mention from our sponsors. Aurora Salt Cave and Wellness offers services unique to the alternative health and wellness community. Our focus is on natural and holistic services for the overall well-being of mind, body, and spirit, including massage, halotherapy, reflexology, Reiki, sound healing, and more. 6429 Transit Road in East Amherst. AuroraSaltCave.com. That's AURA saltcave.com. Check them out. Also, thanks to Western New York Thrive, exploring the best of Buffalo, Niagara Falls, Rochester, and the Finger Lakes with the Western New York Thrive. Find top local businesses, upcoming events, inspiring community stories, and exclusive deals across Western New York and beyond. Learn more about westernnewyorkthrive.com. Check it out. Get a little picture here while we're in a timeout there. So with the official review, the captain and the coach go to the center from both teams and then discuss what they want to be, what they thought they saw, and hopefully they get the side of the referees. I don't think so. I don't see anybody in the penalty box. So it may not have been something. I don't know about what it was, but I'm sure it was something great. Got Dez with the star for the B-sides, killing M. Smalls for the Sirens. Smalls goes to the inside, just using that powerful leg movement on the inside, using the power to get through and picking up that lead jam. Smalls has been having a great first half of this game for the Sirens. Dez does make the initial pass through the pack as 4 points go up on the board for Smalls, and Smalls calls the jam off. We are going into jam 20 of the first half. We've got Kiss of Death with the star for the Sirens. And that's Dang She Fine with the star for the B-sides. Dang and Fox. No. Dang and Kiss of Death go to the inside. Both looking. Dang just powering into the pile. The scrum is one to beat for Kiss of Death and does get past. Forearm penalty being called on one of the blockers. Looks like it might be forearm penalty called on number 48, Dislocate. 4 points looks like to be going up on the board for the Sirens as the scoreboard shuts off. Oh, there we go. 4 points on the board for the Sirens, none for the B-sides. 89-19, 5 minutes left in the first half. We will take a break at the half, and that's when the other teams in the second game will be out warming up. They're probably all getting their gear on now as we speak. But we got Pepper Fox with the star for the Sirens. And Nutty Nelly for the B-sides. Still looking to get that lead jam. Nutty Nelly trying to go down the inside of turn one. Does a 360 spin. 2 to beat to get through, but they keep reforming in front of Nutty Nelly. Fox probably getting tired from having so much success in the first half, though Nutty Nelly does pick up the lead jam. Chance for the B-sides to put some points up on the board. Make us a little bit closer as we get to the half. Nutty Nelly trapped on the outside of the far turn or far straightaway. Nutty Nelly calling that jam off, possibly before. Any more points can be scored. Looks like 4 going up for the B-sides, 3 for the Sirens. We have under 4 minutes left in this first half. Sandy Chucks with the star for the B-sides. Smalls with the star for the Sirens. With that whistle, Chucks goes to the outside. Smalls goes using the power right up the middle and picks up the lead jam. Sandy Chucks still looking to get past this 3-wall blocking there. And Smalls goes right up the outside. Not even touched, going between the jam line and pivot line. 4 points on the board. Sandy Chucks still trapped behind that 3-wall. They did stop Smalls this time around. Smalls hit that wall. Both these teams are leaving their heart out in the track, and we do have a star pass going to Salt in Your Wound. No, Salt in Your Wound dropped the pivot. I guess that's okay if you are now the jammer on record. And Salty needs to make an initial pass through the pack. Smalls already with 4 on the board, another 4 coming with this pass. We're about 2 minutes left in this first half. Another 4-point pass, so it's 8 points so far for Smalls. Another 4-point. That'll be a 12-point pass. Salt in Your Wound did make the initial pass, so Ken put some points on the board with this pass. We are down to a minute and a half left in this first half. 12 points on the board for the Sirens, 3 going up for the B-sides. The Sirens do break the 100-point mark. This could be the last jam of the first half. We will see what happens. It'll be down to about a minute and 8 seconds when the whistle blows, or 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Just like the Artemis II splashdown, we are getting into it. This is coming down to the end. You may have saw that yesterday. Kiss of Death with the star. Des for Sirens, Des with the star for the B-sides. We are under a minute. Of course, roller derby will go as long as the jam goes. We can go down to 0 on the game clock as long as there's time on the jam clock. Big hit there on Kiss of Death. People have been out of position for the defense right now. Someone's still looking to make that initial pass through the pack. That's being recycled. Down to 30 seconds left on the clock. Unless a timeout is called, this will be the last jam of the first half. We are down to 22 seconds. Still no lead jam designated. And there we go. Kiss of Death goes around the inside of turn 2, picks up lead jam for Sirens. Des makes the initial pass as well. We are down to under 10 seconds on the clock, but 1 minute left in jam time. And now we are in jam time. This is definitely the last jam of the first half, and the jam gets called off. I am not sure if some points were put up or not. 2 going toward the Sirens, 2 going to the B-sides. At the half, we have the Sirens 110, the B-sides 28. We have 15 minutes to stretch. Go around and get some, if you're here in the arena, get some time to get some merch, get something to eat, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Hustler with the star, given via star pass to the pivot, Hustler being the pivot to start the last jam. Now sitting in the penalty box, one defender from the Sirens. So of the full defense out there for the B-sides, but no jammer for 30 seconds. It is a power start, and we've got Smalls with the star. I'm sorry, Pepper Fox with the star for the Sirens. Pepper Fox does pick up lead jam. They killed about 12 seconds on that penalty, so 15 more seconds without a second jammer on the track. Fox comes along the inside of turn 2 and then hits that wall. Tootie Turmoil, they're doing their best to keep that jammer from getting through, but 4 points do go up on the board for the Sirens. Hustler is back on the track as the jammer. Looking to make that initial pass, does that spin kind of like a rocking spin back and forth. Oh, Pepper Fox going to the penalty box for a track cut. It'll be now a power jam for Hustler, who needs to make that initial pass. Looks like Hustler handed the star off to Post Mortimer. And Post Mortimer is now the jammer of record for Rock City. And you need to have we had some offensive help there, allowing Post Mortimer to get a one-on-one situation. Still needs to make the initial pass. And does make the initial pass and has very few seconds left of a power jam. We will go the full 2 minutes of this jam, but we've only got about 25 seconds left. And both jammers can score now. 4 already on the board for Pepper Fox before getting that penalty. And 4 points go on the board for Pepper Fox. Returning to the track, Post-mortem, we're looking to put some points up before this jam ends in 8 seconds. Another 4 points on the board for Pepper Fox, getting a 12-point jam. 4 on the board for the B-sides. It's 146, the Sirens 42, B-sides 19:27 left in the game. I'm the Cash Man, your humble host here for this game here from Riverworks, celebrating the 20th year of Queen City Roller Derby with this doubleheader, travel team doubleheader. Buddy Nelly with a star for the B-sides this jam. Smalls with the star for the Sirens. Smalls coming around the outside, sidestepping the block and picking up lead jam for the Sirens. Coming up in the same situation, coming in for a scoring pass, goes from the outside, zips to the middle, puts that 4 points up. Now the pack is coming around turn 2. Nutty Nelly Nil still needs to make the initial pass. Another 4 points for Smalls on that pass. Nutty Nelly making the initial pass. Now both jammers can put points on the board. Already 12 on the board for Smalls in this jam. Smalls with the lead can call that jam off any time. Looks like Nutty Nelly's about to get remnant attack, and they're going to let the clock go. Another 4 points for Smalls. Nutty Nelly putting up 4 points on that pass. $16-point jam so far for Smalls. Smalls calling that jam off. It looks like Nutty Nelly might have picked up 4 there before the jam was called off. Yeah, picking up another 4, an 8-point jam for the B-sides. 19 on the board for the Sirens. We're going into jam number 8 of this second half. Florence Fightingale with a star for the B-sides. Kiss of Death with a star for the Sirens. Florence Fightingale trying to go to the outside of the pack, goes back to the inside. On the outside is Kiss of Death, finds that way through that Florence Fightingale was just pushing to get through and gave up on. Florence Fightingale still looking for the initial pass, though. Kiss of Death coming up on a scoring pass. And Florence Fightingale picks up the initial pass. Kiss of Death calling that jam off. 0-0 jam. Pepper Fox with the star for the Sirens this jam. Sandy checks for the B-sides. And we have a timeout. We've got a few sponsors I'd like to mention during this timeout. Brews Boutique, amazing online shop for skates, apparel, wheels, protective gear, and more. It's based in New Hampshire. Go to bruisedboutique.com to shop their huge collection online. Also, Medusa Skate Shop. No time to hit the skate shop? Head over to medusaskates.com to shop from the comfort of your home and stock up on all your skate gear needs. We couldn't do it without these great sponsors, and we definitely appreciate them, as well as all the volunteers that help make these games run. Some great stats there just for the scoreboard showing how the B-sides jammers were doing, and then it went down before I could really start talking about it. You already hear me talking enough already, I'm guessing. We're getting back to this. We got, like I said, Sandy checks from Star for the B-sides. Small Pepper Fox for the Sirens. Oh, no, sorry, it was Smalls. Oh, Sandy checks trying to use the power to get through and getting knocked to the ground. Smalls is like hyperactive, zipping back and forth, pushing from every direction. Oh, amazing Smalls staying inbounds there. It almost looked like it was a step out, but went actually over the inside line on the first turn. So Smalls can pick up some points now. Sandy checks making an initial pass as well. We do have 15 minutes left in the second half of this game. Smalls does put up 4, and Pepper, it looks like Sandy Checks may have got 1. It looks like, Sandy Checks picked up 3. 4 going to the Sirens, 3 to the B-sides. 169 Sirens, 53 B-sides, 15 minutes left. Going into jam 10 of the second half. Now we got Pepper Fox with the star for the Sirens. Nutty Nelly for the B-sides. Pepper Fox does a little skip step and goes right up the middle into the guts of the defense. Just nobody's giving anything good. Pepper Fox getting knocked out of bounds. Nutty Nelly looking to make the initial pass as well. Pepper Fox is one to beat, does pick up lead jam, and we have a track cut against it. I think it was 409 going to the penalty box for the B-sides. That's Scrap Scallion. And it looks like Pepper Fox put up 4 and called that jam off. Shady with a star for this jam. First time jamming today. We know Shady well. Shady skates with the Rock Stars in Rochester as well, but also plays with Queen City. And we have Dang Shi Fine 369, who not only skates with the B-sides, but skates with the Flower City Fear. So we got a lot of multi-team skaters out there right now. Both jammers going to the inside, trying to force their way. Shady had long discussions on skating in the past, and not a big fan. But we'll do it when necessary. Thanks, She Fine does break through the pack and picks up the lead. Shady, the defense releases and allows Shady's fast skater. Thanks, She Fine puts up 4 and calls the jam off. $173 to 57. The Sirens over the B-sides. 12:57 left in the game. I think, not impossible to get back, but it would take a near miracle. We will see. I love both teams, so this is great. We do have jamming this time. Sandy checks with the star for the B-sides. Kiss of Death for the Sirens. Kiss of Death trapped between the jammer and the pivot line, and Sandy Checks being called for a penalty. It is now a power start for Kiss of Death. Kiss of Death picks up the lead. It'll be a power jam, and we do have a power jam for the Sirens. Got the B-sides jammer in the penalty boxes for at least 30 seconds. We'll figure, Kiss of Death will have no competition out there with a star on their helmet. Already 4 on the board for Kiss of Death. Andy trying to break up that wall that's stopping Kiss of Death. Just goes right through it, but they let Andy go through because Andy didn't have a star on the helmet. Immediately came folded back behind Andy and then waited for the jammer to come up. We do have Sandy Checks now out of the penalty box. Kiss of Death with 4 points on that pass. Sandy Checks does make the initial pass, can put some points on the board. Coming around turn 4, and the jam gets called off. Smalls with the star for the Sirens. Dez with the star for the B-sides. This is the first games of the year for the B-sides and the Rock Stars. So we're getting to see really what they can do. Killing them Smalls just drives right through the pack and picks up lead jam. Smalls has that innate ability to power through, see themselves on the other side of the pack, and it happens more than not. Dez does break through the pack and picks up lead jam for the Rock City B-sides. Smalls putting 4 on the board and calling that jam off. We're going into jam 14 of this second half. Just under 10 minutes left. We have Pepper Fox with the star for the Sirens. Nutty Nelly with the star for the B-sides. And with that whistle, we've got Pepper Fox hitting that wall, 4-wall, trying to get some help. Getting some help from the teammate there, Pulverizer, kind of breaking that pack open and allowing Pepper Fox to get through and to get that lead. Nutty Nelly being driven out of bounds, having to come back in behind Pulverizer. Pepper Fox on a scoring pass right now. Comes around the outside of the blockers and picks up 4 points on that pass. Nutty Nelly handing the star off to Post Mortimer now. Post Mortimer, the jammer on record for the B-sides. Post Mortimer needs to seat it on the helmet to put some points up. It's got to make the initial pass. Does get the almost one to beat for the initial pass. And now Post Mortimer can put some points up on the board. Pepper Fox just getting 4 on that pass, coming down the inside line, hitting that. That was a great block there by Duck Duck Brews there. And stopping 4 for more points getting put up on the board by the Sirens. 3 went up, but not that last one, which was Duck Duck Brews. So 7 points on the board for the Sirens. Nothing on the board for the B-sides. Bragio with the star for the B-sides this jam. Shady with the star for the Sirens. Jammers are like pressed up against each other. Bragio, the last time jam went like just forced right up the middle. Oh, pretty beautiful move by Shady. The outside line was evacuated by the defense, and Shady just went right up that after Horacio went to the middle and just hopped over one leg and got the initial pass now to put some points up on the board. Horacio making the initial pass as well. Shady calling it off, maybe getting 1 or 2 or 3. Looks like 3 going on the board for the Sirens. Sandy checks with the star for the B-sides this jam. Kiss of Death for the Sirens. Both jammers start in the middle, go to the outside, back to the middle into the inside. Sandy checks decided to come back to the outside. Kiss of Death stayed in the middle. Kiss of Death's got one to beat and picks up lead jam for the Sirens. Sandy Check's making the initial pass as well. We're under 6.5 minutes left in the game. Nice move by Sandy Checks. Little steps, tiptoe steps on the inside between the first and second turn. Gets by the pack and puts 4 up. Kiss of Death gets 4 as well. Calls that jam off. Smalls with the star for the Sirens. Dez with the star for the B-sides. Got Nick's workout with the pivot there for the B-sides, making a path on the inside line. Great for Dez, picks up lead jam. Nice move, Nick's. Bill Smalls making it through. At least we're going to get a race back to the pack and maybe a quick call off. B-sides might have picked up 1, maybe 2 on that. 3 going to the B-sides, 2 going to the Sirens. I'm kind of far away from the track, so sometimes my perspective is a little bit off because I'm above. It's a beautiful view, though. Nutty Nelly with the star for the B-sides. Pepper Fox for the Sirens. There are under 5 minutes left in the game. And the Sirens just broke the 200-point mark with those 2 points in the last jam. I love how the line collapses beyond the jammer line as soon as the whistle blows. A nice blocking there by Ziggy Scarguts and Salt in Your Wound for the B-sides, keeping Smalls from breaking that pack. Nutty Nelly still looking to make the initial pass. No lead jam designate yet. Nutty Nelly now hitting a 3-wall out in front of everybody, 4-wall out in front of everybody. Whistles blowing. And Pepper Fox does pick up the lead jam. Pepper coming through for a 4-point pass. Nutty Nelly still looking to get past the pack. Oh, nice skip. Let's call that an apex jump there on the turn 3 to put 4 more points up on the board for Pepper Fox. If the lane is given to you, you must take it. Another 4-point pass for Pepper Fox. Nutty Nelly's still not making that initial pass. Oh, we have a star pass now. It's not Nutty Nelly, the jammer record. It's now Burger More Hits with the star. Post-Mortimer trying to break that open to some offense for the B-sides. Pepper Fox being knocked out of bounds, being recycled, but the B-sides still have not made the initial pass. Ritter Moorhead's still not through the pack. And with a whistle blow the end of the jam. $16 on the board for the Sirens. 217 to 64, 2:44 left in the game. We're going into jam 19. So we got coaches and captains are out in the middle. I didn't see that was in a official review, but I guess it was an official review. So don't forget, folks, you may be seeing this Subzero Sirens and Rock City B-sides, but there's a second game. That's right. We have got the A Charters up in the next game, and that will be the Lake Effect Furies and the Rock City Rock Stars. And we'll have a little break between games, and then we'll get into that the shenanigans of that game. And like I said, this is the first games of the season for Rock City. So, not counting scrimmages at practice and things like that, but they're kind of testing how things work out there in their first game. And we do get back to the action here. It looks like we have Florence Fightingale with the star on the helmet for this next jam for the B-sides. I do not see who's wearing the star for the Sirens. I mean, there's a lot of people with stars on the bench. Can't count them. With 2:44 left in the game, a 217-64 advantage going to the Sirens. I can imagine this review wasn't called as a timeout, as both coaches and captains were out there. Looks like we're getting back to action. There we go. Shady with the star for these Sirens. Official review is not retained. That was. I should learn to read the signs. I'll know that better. Got Shady with a star for the Sirens and Florence Fightingale for the B-sides. 2:44 left, and with that whistle, we're in action. Nobody's moving. Both of them are looking. How is the defense lining up here? Florence Fightingale goes from the outside to the inside, back to the outside, trying to push that three wall. Not having much luck as Shady picks up lead jam coming around the inside of turn one. Shady coming through on a scoring pass. Florence Fightingale making the initial pass as well. Florence Fightingale flying over that corner there to put four up. Both jammers picking up four on that pass. We are under 2 minutes left in the game. And the jam does get called off. When we get back to the action, we'll have about 1 minute and 20 some odd seconds. 22 seconds. Could be the last jam of the game. Kiss of death to the star for the Sirens. Sandy checks for the B-sides. Sirens pick up lead. They can just run the clock out. Time to take pictures and all that other stuff, and Kiss of Death picks up lead jam. We have 1 minute left on the game clock, 1:39 on the jam clock. Oh, nice move by Sandy Checks. Unfortunately, getting knocked out of bounds coming around turn one. No points have been put up on the board yet. Kiss of Death coming back around. Finds her way through and puts up 4 points for the Sirens. We are under 25 seconds left on the game clock. Unless there's a timeout, this is the last jam of the game. Sandy Chuck's looking to get that, hand that star off. And now it looks like Rigor Moorheads is the jammer on record now for the B-sides. We have no time on the game clock. We've got 38 seconds left on the jammer clock. This game will end after this jam. And Kiss of Death, another 4 points on the pass. Rigor Moritz still needs to get through the pack. We're on turn 4. But not before Kiss of Death puts another 4 up. Can call a jam off at any time. We're just going to run the clock out. 10 seconds on the jam clock. And the clock goes to 0. We are 14 points put on the board by the Sirens in this last jam. Unofficial final score 235-68. Referees got to get together and discuss. We got to double check with the scorekeepers. And when that is all discussed, you'll hear the rolling whistle. Final score, there we go. I did not hear the rolling whistle, but final score 235 Sirens, 68 B-sides. Now we're going to get looks like a victory lap by the Sirens. And we're going to take a little break. I mean, after all this excitement and everything, because we have another game coming up. And here we go. It's always the fun part. I love being a fan at this time because you can get down there, slap some hands, congratulate the winners, and of course the consolation lap always happens after it. I think they call it Tower of London, or what they do after that, where they stand across from each other. Congratulations to everybody. Oh, maybe no Tower of London. Never mind. Oh, there we got a little bit of one. We'll be back in just a little bit. We are on the verge of doing the second, or having the second game here. Rock City Rock Stars. All right. And we are broadcasting live here at Riverworks and the Cash Man. This is Rock City Roller Derby visiting Queen City Roller Derby. We've got the Rock Stars versus the Furies coming up. I'm so excited. This is, I mentioned earlier, if you were following along with the first game, this is the Rock Stars' first game of the season. And it'll be a good test to see how they're going to be able to compete for the 2026 season here. Queen City, of course, are doing great as well. They have more than a few games. So we've got, you can see that the coaches and captains meeting just ended with the referees. That means we're about to get into the action. The action will be hot, heavy, and violent, relatively violent, lots of hard hits. And we're going to go through, and this will be, like I said, a true test for both teams. And it's early in the season. We've got playoffs coming up for everybody. And this is going to be a blast. If you ever get a chance to come to Riverworks, just take a look around with the crowd. This is an incredible arena to catch roller derby in. It's most unique I've ever announced that. Most unique I've ever been here as a fan as well. Okay, we are getting that. That's our cue to say that this game is about to start in just a couple minutes, and we'll go through all the introductions and we'll go through all the referees and everything. But this, I'm kind of excited and maybe a little bit clumped to my hosts, just because this is about to be this is a great Saturday night event here in Buffalo. This is the home of winners. You got the Bills, you got Queen City Roller, you got the Sabres. And we are getting ready, so I'm going to go up on the stage, and we will be doing this game in just a minute. So we are getting the official introductions. We're going to have our non-skating and skating officials, and we couldn't do it without them. And making their way back to the stage, and then the sound will just be a little bit different for a few seconds here. Good to be up on the dais here. Following the game, we'll see the Lake Effect Furies will be involved together. The game captain will be Chico Demolished. Friend of roller derby everywhere. The Dutch alternate will be Senior Wiener. They are in black. The Rock City Rockstars will be in white. Game captain will be, looks like we have a couple of BP and Gene Cena. One of them, Shazam, is the bench alternate. I'm super excited. Of course, the herd couldn't do it without them. These are our skating and non-skating officials. We're going to go through real quickly and give an introduction to them. Andy Cashman, if I didn't mention that already, the arena host, Sigourney Cleaver, is in the center of the track right now. Introducing another couple of this is Queen City Roller, this 20th year. We're honoring a lot of the 20th people who started with this roller team. When you look at the camera, I don't know if this beyond. There's a picture of the two skaters that are now in the middle of the track. One thing about this history of the sport is it's a fairly young sport. So we have to honor the history of it as we can. Great shot of all the players on the sidelines getting ready for the introductions. We have the Electrified Furies versus the Rock Stars coming up. Very excited for this. So like I said, first the Buffalo Herd. These are the folks that you'll be sitting in the penalty box right now. But we couldn't do it without them. There's another group that, Roller Derby depends on a lot of volunteers, and these are definitely the best ones. Nikki Needles. We got Nikki Needles, Ratchet, Vader, Behold, Stripey, Horse, Ammunition, Rachel, Tension, and C4. Those are our skating officials. You can see by inside outside tap. And non-skating officials, we have the Tim Tam Slam, Serpentina, Meemaw, Rookie Mistake, Fox Cutter, part of the Shine Boy Detective, Rudy Child, Lefty Lucy, and No Shit Sherwin. Those are the ones who keep this game flowing at a great rate. Couldn't do it without them. We say it about 6 more times, but it's the truth. Where would you rather be than right here, right now? Thank you, Margaret. Introducing the Rock Stars right off the bat. With number 0, captain, co-captain, Gene Cena. 0-3, Cold War. Number 1-1, Lawrence Fighting. 2150, co-captain, Fifi. Iron, Fifi. Number 27, Hager Top. 3377, Beastin. 369, Dang She Fine. 413, Star Spangler Bammer. Number 51, Greg. Number 64, Savage Patch Kid. Number 7, Eternal Damnation. Number 709, Horatio. Big fan here. Number 817, Jag. Number 88, Tokyo Drift. Number 9163, Not Nice. Coaching staff. Shazam, Fatal Exception, Very Special, and Stitches Mickey. They were taking that, but they're just taking it in. Now, for everyone, that's why everyone here is for this next team, the Lake Effect Furies. We're going to go through the introduction here. 009, we have Locked and Loaded. I've seen Locked and Loaded play a bunch of times. Definitely been in Jam. Number 08, Shady. 011, Artuso. Number 013, Mark. Number 18, The Hammer. The Hammer. Number 19, Kraken. 2002, Dark Molly. Number 369, Pulverizer. 414, Austin North Eyes. 48, Dislocate. Around. 505, and Captain Chicken McDonald. Friend everybody. Number 639, Prime Mantis. 7-2-1, second breakfast. For Pete Doors. Right, number 77, killing them small. 8-0-0-8, Andy. 8-7, Eagle Lynn Cognito. 8-8, Pretty. 9-0-5, House Sprout. And number 934, Cooper. For the coaching staff, Senior Wiener, Heine, and Ubaby. We're getting ready for action. Beautiful day in Buffalo. Beautiful day to be out here for roller derby. It's interesting how some teams take a lap after an introduction, some teams don't. But the Rockstars took a knee. The Aries took a lap. First game, like I said, and I may have said a few times, this is the first game of the season for the Rockstars. So we're going to get a real good feel for what the season is going to be like. We're starting right off the bat with Florence Fightingale with the style for the Rockstars. And it looks like Praying Mantis with the style for the Furies. Florence Fightingale goes around the outside, gets knocked out of bounds, comes back in, takes another shot, but picks up lead jam for the Rockstars. Mantis having an issue with pulls the scar off. As Florence Fightingale comes around for the first scoring pass. Ray Mantis not making through the pack yet. Florence Fightingale does finally break through that three wall being held back, but picks up 4 points for the Rockstars. The apex jump for Florence Fightingale gets knocked midway, but stays in bounds. And Tuju to pass to pick up 4 more points, getting driven out of bounds. Calls that jam off, maybe getting 3 more after that first 4-point pass. 7-point jam for Florence Fightingale and the Rockstars. We got locked and loaded with the star for the Furies. Cold War with the star for the Rockstars. The defenses are setting up at the pivot line. No falling back. They're going to stay there. Let those jammers think about where they're going to go when they hit them. Locked and loaded goes to the outside. Cold War goes up the middle. Cold War hitting the three wall, pushing, shrugging off defenders. Now with 1 to beat, pick up lead, and picks up lead for the Rockstars. Cold War getting 2 straight leads for the Rockstars. Locked and loaded making the initial pass as well, and get a little bit of speed in the pack. Cold War with a whistle blow. Cold War being called for a. Is that a back block? Locked and and low, picking up 4 on that pass. Goldberg coming around the first scoring pass. Not called for a back one. It's in the penalty box. We will go to 42 minutes of this jam. Lock and loaded, putting up 4 more, taking the lead for the Furies. There's always an incidental contact, and then there's not. And unfortunately, that back block was too egregious to be not called. Nevertheless, both gamers are back on the track and both can score 12 points up for Lock and Loaded already. Goldberg looking to put first points on for the Rock Stars this year. Lock and Loaded hitting that well. I think they're trying to call off the jam for a second, but there is no lead at the moment. 4 points on the board for Cold War. We're going to go another 20 seconds in this jam. Defense is stifling Lock and Loaded there between turns 1 and 2. We're sending other players to come in and try to break that up. And 1 second, the jam comes to an end. 6 points on the board for the Rockstar, 16 for the Furies. Early 3-point lead for the Furies, 16-13 going into jam number 3. Jean Cena with the star. You can't see her for the Rock Stars. Looks like Smalls with the star for the Furies. Jean Cena going from the middle to the inside. Smalls being trapped by that defense. By Tokyo drifting. Star spinning the camera. Jean Cena picking up the lead jam for the Rock Stars. Stars picking the camera down the penalty box. And Smalls handing the star off now to looks like now the jammer on record for the Furies is Evil Incognito. Jean Cena coming around this first scoring pass. Oh, nice move right up the inside line. Picking up 4 points on that pass for Jean Cena. Jean Cena coming around for it. Still no initial pass for the Furies and Evil Incognito. Beasting in Tokyo Drift, just not letting anyone through. Savage Patch Kid as well there for the Rock Stars. Starts with a penalty, is out of the penalty box now. We do have one Fury in the penalty box. Eight points on the board so far for Jean Cena on this jam. Looks like we're going to run it out to the end. Jean does have lead, but Evil Incognito needs to make the initial pass. Even think about putting some points up on the board. And the jam comes to an end. Full 2-minute jam. 12-point jam for Jean Cena. 25 Rockstar, 16 Furies. Jammers have not been sent out yet. I'm assuming we're going to get a timeout here in a second. We don't have one already. Oh, we do have a timeout. Pardon me, we do. It is an official timeout. We're just making sure this paperwork is correct. Communicating going between the coaches on both sides right now. Some track fixing. And all the skating refs are meeting. Maybe they're trying to keep an eye out for something that people will keep saying. All right, we do have the jammers out on the track now. We have Lost in Your Thighs of the Star for the Furies. Right off the whistle, picks up the lead jam. Dang, she fine with a star for the Rockstars coming and quickly through. 4 points on the board for Lost in Your Thighs and a quick call off. Next jam, the star for the Rockstars will be worn by Florence Fightingale. Praying Mantees with the star for the Furies. 4 points on the board for the Furies before that jam is called off. It's a 5-point game. Mantees goes up the middle. Florence Fightingale powers up the middle as well. Referee calling the forearms on Savage Patch Kid. 1 to beat for Florence Fightingale, as well as 1 to beat for Praying Mantees. And Mantees picks up the lead jam for the Furies. Both teams have 1 member of blockers in the penalty box right now. Florence Fightingale still looking to make that initial pass. Had that initial jump right off the whistle. But Mantees right up the outside line and picked up that lead. And we do have a star pass going to Beasting. Beasting now the jammer on record for the Rockstars. Beasting does make the initial pass to the back. Coach is telling the jammer to call it for the Furies. Did anybody get any points there? 3 points on the board for the 7-point jam for the Furies. The lead has been reclaimed by the Furies, 27-25. 21 minutes left in this first half. Walking over to the star for the Furies. Cold War with the star for the Rockstars. The jammer's going to plow into the pack. Cold War going to the inside, back to the outside. 1 to beat, and getting the first one held up. Locked and loaded, coming down the inside line to 1, but Cold War did pick up the lead jam. I remember Cold War's last jam getting a back block before being able to put any points up. Watch those hits coming into the pack, especially when the pack's moving like it is right now. Once again, you got to be faster than everybody else. Nice move, calling the jam off, maybe picking up 3 for the Rockstars there. Three going on the board for the Rockstars. Nothing for the Furies, 28-27. We do have another lead change going for the Rockstars. 1 point. This is going to be like this all day, folks. So anchor down in your seats. Got Smalls with the star for the Furies. Gene Cena for the Rockstars. Gene having a great first game of the game. Oh, nice move, finding the vacated lane on the outside, picking up the lead for Gene Cena. It might have something to do with you can't see Gene Cena, but Gene Cena does have the lead and can't put points on the board. Small's not through yet. No initial pass yet. One to get around and does pick 4 points on the board for Gene Cena. Small is making the initial pass. Coach is yelling for Gene to call that jam. 4 points on the board. It's going to be one of those games, folks. It's going to be great. Call your friends, let everyone know. Check us out on YouTube, Queen City's YouTube right now. There's a rivalry here because the teams are within an hour of each other, too. We got Dang She flying with the star for the Rockstars. Boston, your guys for the Furies. Bang just plows into the crowd. Sidesteps one block, and now it's zigging and zagging. Back there. Andy there holding the through arm. Dislocate there holding as well. And then his whistle's blowing. They had the Packers getting distracted, as they say. And they had to let Bang so fine get through it. Bang picks up the lead jam. Boston, your guys making the initial pass as well. It's going to be one of those nights of fast derby. It's going to be this close. Bang goes around the outside of turn 3, calls that jam up, maybe getting 1 or 2. Oh, gave off 4. Wow. 4-point jam. Scott playing Mantis with a star for the Furies. Florence Nightingale for the Rock Stars. And immediately at the whistle, the pack collapses upon Florence Nightingale. Florence Mantis looking to get through as well, but Tokyo Drifter holding Mantis back. Nice move by Florence Nightingale going down the inside line, zigging across before the pivot line and getting through the pack, picking up lead jam. Mantis makes the initial pass as well. Florence Nightingale does have lead, can't call it off. May call it off. Mantis does pick up a couple of points there. Four points going for the Rock Stars. Or maybe it looks like Florence got that call off in time to stop any points from Mantis. So we have 4-point jam, 40 to 27, 16:25 left in the first half. We got locked and loaded with a star for the Furies. It looks like Cold War again for the Rock Stars. Oh, nice move. Locked and loaded going around the outside of the pack. But Cold War breaking through at the same time as well. So it'll be a race back to the pack to put some points on the board. Oh, Cold War fell down, so Lock and Loaded has a little bit more time to think about hitting this pack. Lock and Loaded just fell into it, not really getting anything. Cold War coming around the outside, going to put some points up as well. Both jammers getting points on that pass, both picking up 4. What a shot from Dislocate, knocking Cold War down. The 4 were already picked up when that shot happened. Lock and Loaded got 4. Referees are not able to hold the fingers up yet. Another 4 on the board for Lock and Loaded. Cold War does eventually break through that back on the field. Fingers go up for that 4-point pass. Lock and Loaded going to the penalty box. It is a power jam for Cold War. Did not see what the penalty was. Might have been a cut track. I could not tell. Possibly 4 on there. Cold War going to the penalty box as well. Both jammers going. And we do the go-see-go. Can't have a game without jammers. So as soon as Cold War sat down, Lock and Loaded was released. Now Cold War has to sit as long as Lock and Loaded was in there. Maybe 7 seconds. Maybe. Cold War will be released pretty quickly. Lock and Loaded being removed, 4 points up. Cold War, both jammers can score. And the jam comes to an end. Oh, what a roller coaster of emotions on this jam. 14 going to the Furies, 7 up for the Rock Stars. It sounds like you have a timeout. And when we have a timeout, I'm going to tell you about some of our sponsors. Beckers is a full-service licensed automotive repair facility located in Amherst, New York. We offer towing, repair, accident reconstruction, and 24-hour towing service. Located at 9180 Transit Road in East Amherst, or call 9-8, 5-2. I want to remind you too that QCRD is celebrating 20 years. They were founded in 2006. QCRD has a lot planned for this 20th year anniversary. We saw a lot of alumni in here tonight, and we are honoring members who have passed. So it is definitely a great year for QCRD, and 20 years, isn't that crazy? Upcoming events, if you want to come see any games here, we've got home teams are playing. And check it out Wednesday, April 29th at 7 p.m. Alley Cats are playing the DOUBLEHEADER. Then Thursday, May 14th, and these are all at 7 p.m. That's at 7 p.m. Alley Cats and Sausages, QCRD playoffs. Second, these are the home team playoffs. The second and third. Oh, we're getting back to the action. Those are Sunday, May 24th at 2 p.m. That whistle, we are getting back into the action. Gene Cena with the star for the Rock Stars. Huber with the star for the Furies. First time we've seen Cooper jam today. Cooper does pick up lead right off the whistle. Gene Cena looking to make that initial pass through the crack. Cooper hitting that wall with a hater top. Star Spangled Banner. And beasting there. Cooper does make 4 points in that pass. Gene Cena making an initial pass as well. And once again, the pass picks up speed. Jam does get called off. Looks like 6 points on the board for the Furies. Jamming for the Furies next is Ross and Ties with 369. Dang, she fine for the Rock Stars. Dang, both Dang and Ross and Ties go right up the middle, and Ross and Ties pops out the other side of the wall. Picking up lead Jam. Dang getting driven to the outside of turn one. Needs to make the initial pass. Finally, he gets up speed, and makes that initial pass. Ross and Ties zigging and zagging through that defense and picks up 4 points on that pass. Ross and Ties getting a coach. Senior Wiener saying, go for another one, as Dang She Fine picks up 4 points on that pass. 4 more points going on the board for Ross and Thies, and Dang She Fine's coming in for another scoring pass. Comes right through with another 4 points. Both jammers have 8 points this jam so far, but Ross and Thies can call this off. Putting Graham right there, right now being stifled by Graham and Reggio. Eternal Damnation as well, holding back Ross and Thies on this next pass. Seems like the defense picked up after a couple turns around the track. Ross and Thies, big hit by Ross and Thies to take out the blocker. That was not nice going down. 4 points on the board for Ross and Thies. Dang She Fine picking up 4 points as well. We got 31 seconds left in this jam. It looks like someone might have been hurt. Hard shot by Ross and Thies, but does get back up and he's coming back to the side of the track, so that's a good sign. Filling on the smalls with the star for the Furies. Florence Fightingale for the Rock Stars. Rock Stars with 1 point lead with a little 10:50 left in this first half. Look at that struggle. This scrum is insane. Hater Top and Tokyo Drift all just not moving an inch. Now it looks like some of the Furies are trying to break it up a little bit by coming around the other side. Hellsprout there trying to assist the offense, and this is not going anywhere. This is exhausting watching. Smalls falls off to the outside, comes back to the inside. Florence Fightingale being held back by Chica Demolish in the back. Goes tiptoes around the inside line and picks up the lead jam for the Rock Stars. And Smalls going around the outside of the pack, getting the lead. Oh, Florence Fightingale does not hit does not hit. It looks like we're going to have a 0-0 jam. Fortunately, did not land on the track. Valiant effort. All that for nothing on both sides, but man, how exciting does it get? Got locked and loaded to the star for the Furies. And it was Cold War with the star for the Rock Stars who found their way through. Cold War has this innate ability to maybe made of rubber to coming through that pack, not being hit by everybody, and still moving forward. It's a great skill for Rolliger. The off-road maybe missile pass as well. Cold War did call that jam off. Looks like Lock and Load picked up 4 as Cold War called it off, getting knocked out of bounds. I think Cold War picked up 4 as well. Coach Jam is putting 4 on the board. Okay, there we go. The score's gone up. Praying Mantis with the star for the Furies this jam. Gene Cena for the Rock Stars. Gene Cena went from the inside to the outside. One to beat and picks up lead jam for the Rock Stars. Praying Mantis looking to make that initial pass still as Gene Cena's coming in to limbo their way through that 3-wall that was in front. Still not able to had time to go over the middle. Whistles are blowing. Looks like there's a forearm penalty in there. It's called a Star Spring with hammer. And Praying Mantis hands the star off to the pivot. Artuso now as the jammer record for the Furies. Gene Cena can score, but can call the jam off as well. And does. Both teams will start with 1 blocker in the penalty box for this jam number 16 of the first half. We have an official review being called by the white team, and captains and coaches both have to go out to the center. I don't get really what they are because nobody comes up and tells me, but we do see what happens. Either they retain their challenge or they lose it. And we'll know that in just a minute, but going into this next jam, it looks like this next jam we will have Dang She Fine, 369 longtime Rochester skater, and we will have Lawson Mathias with a star for the Furies. And the fans the wave, and you're seeing this right now. This is a great crowd, man. This crowd is super psyched, very loud, and very pro Queen City Roller. But yeah, that's where we are. So, I would expect nonetheless. But there's a lot of respect between these two teams. They've been playing each other for years and years. And they all at the end hug each other and shake their hands. But when the whistles blow and the action's going, they are playing full tilt 100%. We're now getting the results of the official review. Nikki Needles is explaining it to both coaches and captains. And I love it when it pops up on the board here. explaining it to the people who might. I do not. I see 2 blockers in the penalty box, 1 for each team. Okay, not retained. They did not. So Rock City asked for a review. It was not retained. They did not agree. So we will be starting the next jam. 7:18 left. 67 Rockstars, 66 Furies. Jam 16. Banksy Fine. Lost in the thighs. Both jammers. Banksy Fine just pushing that wall, going from the middle to the outside. Lost in the thighs just forcing their way through, being held back by Horagia. And lead is picked up by Dang, and Lost in the thighs going to the penalty box. And she finds giving directions for the team to pick up some speed and get out of my way. Wants to put some points on the board in this jam. You gotta. A jammer, you're the only one scoring, then you dictate what happens. You can hear it. Yeah, go. I don't know how well you can hear that, but the power jams are always fun in this sport. Already 4 on the board for Dang She Fine. Austin Guy says coming out of the penny boxes now is coming up on the defensive wall there by Roxanne. It rams right into the wall. Earlier we saw that nice squeezes their way through and makes the initial pass. So Dang can put some points up or can call that jam off. Decides to call the jam off. Save that energy for another jam later in the game. Points on the board for the Rockstars, 74-66. We got 5:45 left in the first half. Florence Button-Yell with a star for the Rockstars. Cooper for the Furies. Cooper goes down to the inside line. Florence goes right up the middle. Cooper sees the crack in this and makes it through, picks up the lead jam. Saw a crack in the defense there. Cooper does pick up the lead. Florence Button-Yell to win the beat and does make the initial pass as well. Cooper putting 4 up on that pass. Both jammers can score, and looks like they're going to let them score. Like I said, Cooper can call it off at any time. And Cooper puts up 4 more on their 8-point jam so far. Florence Button-Yell has handed the star off to Horaggio. Horaggio getting 4 points on that pass. Now Florence is playing defense after jamming against Cooper, now playing defense. Picking 4 more on that pass, 12-point jam for Cooper. Horaggio getting 4 as well. 8-point jam for the Rockstars. Cooper can call it off at any time. Senior leaders just giving the signal to keep going. Hoping the defense is going to stop Horaggio. Horaggio puts another 4 points up. 12-point jam for Horaggio. 16 going for Cooper in this jam. Cooper's getting crushed here. And calls that jam off. $20 on the board for the Furies, 12 up for the Rockstars. High score, 86-86, 3:40 left in the first half. Locked and loaded with a star for the Furies this jam. Cold War for the Rockstars. See the defense now collapsing down on the jammer line. Cold War. Jammers are stuck in the middle. Locked and loaded, trying to go to the outside, back to the inside. Our lead jammer sponsored by Phoenix Rising. Phoenix Rising lead jammer is locked and loaded. Cold War does make the initial pass to the pack as well. And the jam does get called off. Phoenix Rising Wellness Collective nestled in Buffalo's 500 Seneca building. Phoenix Rising is home to a collective of massage therapists, chiropractors, and other wellness practitioners. Offer a wide variety of treatment modalities under one roof, and they also sponsor our league gyms. Killing them skulls with the star for the Furies, Gene Cena for the Rockstars. 2-1 up on the board for the Furies as that jam got caught off. Both jammers going from the middle to the inside. Just a lot of disarray going on. We got Bammer and Hadertop holding back Smalls. Beasting there well, making it difficult. We're looking for it to get an initial pass through. Gene Cena breaks through the pack, falls down, but does pick up lead jam. We are under 2 minutes left in the first half. Rockstars with a 2-point deficit to the Furies. 4 on the board for Gene Cena, calls that jam off. They go from 2 down to 2 up. It's now 90-88 with 1:33 left in the first half. They're going to jam 20. It could be the last jam of the first half. I watched the star pass to Horaggio. That's what's happened the last time. And we're starting with Dang She Fine with the star for the Rockstars. And Lost in Your Thighs with the star for the Lake Effect Furies. Both jammers start far back, get a little head start when they hit that pad. And both the jammers are being stifled and driven out of bounds to the inside of the track. Still not past the jam line. Now we're getting past the jam line. Everyone's pushing against each other. We're at less than a minute left in the first half. Oh, big hit to Dang She Finds. Dang was going around the inside. Thought they had a way through. Just got taken out. Dislocate. Did exactly that. And Lost in Your Thighs does pick up lead jam. Squeezes through that pack. You have a Rockstar in the penalty box, one down. Dang She Finds still looking to get that initial pass through the pack. We have both blockers from both teams in the penalty box. They are not letting Dislocate move at all. Right now, not nice. Holding Dislocate up. I'm sorry. Holding Lost in the Thighs up. And we have a star pass to Horaggio. So now 4 points on the board for Lost in the Thighs. Horaggio making initial pass as well. We have 0 time on the clock. So we are 42 seconds on the jam clock. Lost in the Thighs can call that jam off. Finally does after picking up 8 points. We are at the half. Whoa, what a game. 96 Furies, 90 Rockstars. Stretch your legs. Go get something to eat. Use the facilities. Looks like we're going to have a dance-off at the half between the Yeti and the piece of pizza. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with that. But it's time to stretch. The second half is as good as the first half is. We're in for something special coming up. I'm going to take a little break here to rest my voice because it's definitely going. We'll be back in just a few minutes. in this incredible game. If you see the scoreboard up here, Furies 96, Rockstars 90. It's been a back and forth game this whole day so far. And I am walking through the crowd. I'm going to get hit by some of these skaters. You don't got to duck. You can stand up. Take me out. But this is insane. We've been treated to such an incredible game through this so far. We're under 2 minutes left, and I am taking my life into my own hands by walking through this skater crowd as we are getting ready for the second half. Doesn't seem to be anybody too hard in penalty problems right now. We also have seen the jammer numbers, and they're virtually the same. Both teams' certain jammers are having an incredible, skillful game, and but the numbers are practically the same. This is going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes in the second half. I'm the Cashman. We are at Riverworks, Queen City Roller Derby versus Rock City Roller Derby. There's nothing better than this rivalry between these two great cities, Rochester, New York, and Buffalo. And we are going to get out of the way before this action starts with us in the middle of it. So stay tuned. I'm going to be with you the whole time until we finish this thing up. I'm going to run back up to my little perch in the sky so I can watch all this wonderful action. And don't miss, we have 45 seconds, so make sure you have all your snacks ready, your drinks ready, and don't throw the popcorn everywhere. We'll be right back. I will talk as I'm going back too, because I have a really good view above everyone. In the past, when I've done Rock City Roller Derby and I've done games like with the playoffs, they have a dais which is higher than all the other, higher than what you usually get to watch roller derby for a flat track. We are way up in the crow's nest, back behind the track, and this is exciting. We are starting the second half with Locked and Loaded with the star for the Furies, and we also have for the Rock Stars, we have Sting. Perfect timing and made it back. With that whistle, we are playing Derby. Second half, tightly contested game. Nice move by Sting around the outside, picks up lead jam for the Rock Stars. Did not see a lot of Sting jamming in the first half. Yes, there was some, not a lot. Sting coming in for a first scoring pass. Lock and Loaded making the initial pass as well. Sting, they're not going to call it off just yet. Coach is saying, keep going. Keep going. And we are keep going. And Lock and Loaded can put, oh, nice move. A 360 around. Oh, got caught for a forearm. It's a 360 on the inside turn. Now a power jam for the Furies. 4 on the board for Locked and Loaded already. Oh, no, that was the initial pass. Pardon me. 4 on the board for Sting. Now 4 on the board for Locked and Loaded. 100-point mark has been reached by the Furies. No, I was right the first time. They just caught up on the scoreboard. And then they subtracted, and then they added it again. 8 points on the board already for another 4, and that makes it 12. Sting back on the track, can put up points. Walks right down the inside line, and 4 points. A quick 4 points for the Rock Stars. It's an 8-point jam so far for the Rock Stars. Another 4 on the board for the Furies. That's a 12-point jam for Locked and Loaded. 16-point jam for Locked and Loaded. Another 4 for Sting because the lead jammer got penalized. We will go the full 2 minutes. We have another 20 seconds left of scoring. Oh, Sting just took a shot. Knocked backwards. It fell down, but got back up. The whistle has been blown for a multiplayer block against Dislocate, and Sting puts 4 on going by. 20 so far for Locked and Loaded, and we come to the end of the jam. Heck of a way to start this second half. Why not? $22 points on the board for the Furies, 16 for Rock Stars. We have Horaggio with the star for the Rock Stars this jam. I think I heard a whistle, so we looks like we might have a official timeout. Cooper with the star for the Furies, Horaggio and Cooper. We are now back to the action. One Rock Star in the penalty box to start this jam, so they're down a blocker. Cooper's been having a great night so far and does find that second gear on the outside, picks up speed and makes the initial pass there. And pardon me, it's a Fury in the penalty box, so the Rock Stars have the advantage on the defense out there right now. Horaggio looking to make that initial pass. So far, Horaggio's most success has been taking as a pivot. Does make the initial pass through the pack as Cooper puts up 4. Looks like it was an 8-point jam for the Furies. None for the Rock Stars, so it's a 126-106 lead for the Furies. Gene Cena with the star for the Rock Stars this next jam. Lost in Your Thighs with the star for the Furies. With that whistle, Gene Cena goes to the inside. Locked and Loaded goes to the outside, picks up lead jam. Lost in Your Thighs, sorry. Oh, Lost in Your Thighs comes around the outside, coming so fast. Unfortunately, lost control. Calls the jam off. We got a 0-0 jam. Oh, we got 4 points. Pardon me, 4 on the board, 4 Lost in Your Thighs. Rockstars have to look for a counter. We've got Cold War with the star for this jam. Praying Mantis with the star for the Furies. And it looks like there's a Fury in the penalty box still. Mantis just rams into the defense, trying to find an avenue through. But not before Cold War picks up lead jam. Cold War having a little equipment malfunction, which slowed up Cold War sprinting out after getting through the pack. So both jammers can put some points on the board. I think Cold War got 1 at least. Nope, 2. Cold War picked up 2. Called that jam off. Beasting with the star for the Rock Stars, locked and loaded for the Furies. Those blockers getting low. Beasting trying to go to the inside, being forced out of bounds by both Locked and Loaded and the defense there. Whistles are blowing as Locked and Loaded still trying to get through. Beasting as well. Beasting tiptoes around the inside line. It's called for a track cut. Beasting getting Locked and Loaded, makes the initial pass and now pick up the lead jam and will have a power jam. Like I said earlier, we're going to get down to the gritty. It's not the guy from Philadelphia, but the gritty. We need to make less mistakes on the track. We will see who makes the least amount. Right now we've got 2 defenders in the penalty box for the Furies. Does not stop Locked and Loaded from putting 4 on the board. Beasting out of the penalty box now, needs to make that initial pass, but with the defense depleted, it was a little bit easier to get past. And Beasting does make the initial pass. Locked and Loaded does pick up 4 more 8-point jams so far for the Furies. Oh, nice move. Nice block by Tokyo to open up the lane for Beasting to put 4 points up on the board. Locked and loaded. Caught by Savage Patch Kid. Not allowed to get any more points before calling it. So 11 going on in total. 4 up for the Rock Stars. Reggio with the star for the Rock Stars. Killing them Smalls. We'll just call him Smalls. Call him Smalls. For the Furies, Smalls having a long day playing both games. Both skaters. Reggio and Smalls. Reggio did not jam, I will say, much in that first game. So look at those defenses just not giving anything up. Nice move by Reggio with 1 to beat. Gets around. Hops over the legs of the defender to pick up lead jam. Smalls will break through, but the question is when. Now it is. So, Reggio. Looks like Reggio may have passed a couple before. Yeah, getting 4 points and then calling that jam off. Trying to make this a little bit tighter. See the momentum swinging both ways. Right now, Rockstars have had points in the last 2 jams. The Furies have had points right off the bat coming out in the second half. We are going to jam 7. We got Gene Cena with the star for the Rockstars, and we have Lost in Your Thighs with the star for the Furies. And we're getting an official timeout. Something's being explained to Coach Shazam of the Rockstars. He's asking, so it looks like we have a player going to the penalty box. Maybe there was a late penalty called at the end of that jam, but dang, she fined the pivot going into the penalty box. We'll start with 2 Rockstars in the penalty box and 1 Fury. And the amazing is there'll be no pivots on the track because they're all in the penalty box. So we'll see where this goes with a Lost in Your Thighs with the star for the Furies. Gene Cena for the Rockstars. We got 2 defenders for the Rockstars and 3 for the Furies. It might be a high offensive jam. Look at that. Gene Cena, hater tot, creating a path around the outside between the jammer line and pivot line. Gene Cena doesn't get touched and picks up lead jam. Lost in Your Thighs coming through as well. Maybe Gene Cena can put some points up before calling that jam off. Thighs is also pulling up there as well. Both jammers are picking up 4 on that first pass. But Gene Cena does have the lead. Gene Cena getting a wing going by. Coach saying call it off. Both jammers probably getting some points on this last turn too. 3 on the board. 3 for both of them. Both of them pick up 7. It's a 7-7 jam. Got Cold War with a star for the Rockstars this jam. Praying Mantis for the Furies. Praying Mantis sits back while Cold War kind of jumped right into it. Cold War gets around 1 to beat around turn 1 and picks up lead jam for the Rockstars as the pack picks up speed. Cold War to try to put some points out and call the jam off. Mantis may have got something, though. They've went out of bounds. Must have passed 1 inbound, so 2 on the board for the Rockstars, 1 for the Furies. 149 to 125, 19:29 left in this game. Locked and loaded with a star for the Furies. Beasting for the Rockstars. Beasting launches right off the line. Locked and loaded follows that hole opened up and picks up lead jam for the Furies. Beasting makes the initial pass as well, so we're going to get a race back to the pack. Seems like they're letting them go a little bit longer in the second half, and they're not calling it off after putting some points up. Locked and Loaded gets knocked out of bounds. How many points could Locked and Loaded picked up there? Holding up 3 fingers. Three on the board for the Furies, none for the Rock Stars. Smalls with a star for the Furies, Horacio for the Rock Stars. Horacio goes up the middle, Smalls goes to the inside, Horacio goes back to the middle, back to the inside, looking for a way to get knocked out of bounds. Chickadamalis there getting in the way, drawing Horacio back. Horacio turns sideways, tries to skip down the inside line. Gets brought back. That looked like a clothesline. No one saw it. Horacio going to the penalty box. And Smalls picks up lead jab. Now with Smalls having a power jam, you can use all your players on your team to open up the holes in the Rock Stars defense. You got to be swift on side-to-side movements on those wheels. And 4 points on the board for Smalls. I'm not sure if Horacio made the initial pass through the pack. Horacio, I don't think so. So they still need to make the initial pass. So it's still, Smalls has got the advantage. Whoa. Horacio hitting the apex jump and taking out their own player, but you're allowed to do penalties against your own player. I mean, no one's happy about it, but you can, if you knock your own player down, so be it. You won't get called for a penalty, but Horacio back up, trying to get that pass. Looking for the pivot, thinking about it, changing their mind. Trapped there by Second Breakfast there. The Malachi Crunch, Second Breakfast, and Chicken Malish is killing. M. Smalls makes the second pass, and the jam comes to its conclusion. 8-point jam for the Furies, 160 to 125. Gene Cena with a star for the Rock Stars this jam. Lost in Your Thighs for the Furies. Gotta keep calm. Heads will prevail, calmer heads, and we'll see if Gene Cena's had a pretty good day jamming so far. Both jammers go to the inside line, hitting that wall there. Nothing is happening. Gene Cena's trying to stay in bounds as well as Lost in Your Thighs. Gene Cena pulls it apart as Lost in Your Thighs gets knocked to the infield out of bounds. Lost in Your Thighs zigging and zagging, and they're both back to the scrum. Oh, Gene Cena had it open on the inside lane and immediately closed up very quickly by Mouth. But Lost in Your Thighs does break from the pack and picks up lead jam. 55 seconds into the jam, we have a lead. Lost in Your Thighs gets knocked out of bounds before Gene Cena can put some points on the board. Maybe a couple points scored there. Three points on the board for the Furies. Cold War with the star for the Rock Stars. Cooper with a star for the Furies. Cold War and Cooper both ram up the middle, and Cold War breaks through to pick up lead jam. Cooper not through yet. Half a track away now. Cold War is coming upon the scoring pass. Cooper makes the initial pass to the pack as well. Nice move by Coldwater, getting knocked down the inside line. Possibly picking up 3 or 1. 1 going the Rockstars' way. It's 163 to 126, 13:30 left in the second half. Going into jam 13, we got locked and loaded with a star for the Furies. And I hear we have a whistle. We have a timeout. White team timeout. That would be the Rockstars. If you're out there and you're listening to this and you're going to post about it on social media, why don't you hit the hashtag Let's Roll Buffalo. We want to see those posts out there about this. And then any of you out there within range of coming here, anyone who wants to come and maybe join the team, QCRD.net for more information. And their boot camp starts tomorrow. That'd be Sunday, April 12th. No experience necessary. Reach out to intake@qcrg.net to learn more about what's going on. But it's tomorrow. It'll be a last-minute decision, but heck, I've made quicker ones on other things. So that whistle, we're getting back into the action. We've got B Sting with the star for the Rockstars, and we have locked and loaded for the Furies. Locked and loaded and B Sting both go into the inside, in the middle. B Sting gets knocked out of bounds on the inside. Locked and loaded with 1 to beat. Absorbs a huge hit. Stays up and picks up lead jam for the Furies. We have a star pass going to, looks like B Sting, the star pass going to Florence Fightingale. Already made the initial pass. Looks like locked and loaded. He actually took a hard shot and is down. Thank goodness locked and loaded was up. Seems to be shaking that off. This game, as seen so far in the second half, we've seen the Furies come out and mean business. They are putting up some numbers out here. Right now, the last jam, they were down 4. They got picked up 3 points. 4 went to the Rockstars. It's 166 to 130. 12:37 left in the first half. Reggio with the star for the Rockstars, and we've got Praying Mantis with the star for the Furies. 12:37 left. This is exciting. Right now, it's a real true test to can the Rockstars put some points up and get back in this game. Rockstars play here a lot. We've had a lot of disappointment. They've had a lot of disappointment over the years, but I think that there's a lot of veterans on both sides of this game, and we will see what happens. There is a stoppage of play right now. .12:37 going into jam 14. This might be a good time to have a cool down, talk to your team, keep the plays straight, keep the mind straight, and see if the Rockstars can put up some numbers to get back into this. Plenty of time left with only a 36-point lead for the Furies. Yeah, we are still amongst the official timeout, so. Okay, we've got then to get the signal to blow that whistle. Let's get back to this action. Praying Mantis with a star for the Furies. Horaggio for the Rock Stars. Nice move. Horaggio baited them. Waited to see where everyone shifted when Mantis went into the crowd. Everyone shifted to the outside. Horaggio found that inside lane and did not get touched going through the pack. Lead designated to the Rock Stars. Four points on the board for the Rock Stars. The jam got called off as the jammer went to the penalty box for the Furies. So we will have a power start for the Rock Stars. Two defenders on the track for the Furies against a full-strength Rock Stars. There was a whistle blown there too. Another Fury going to the penalty box. One comes out, one goes in. It's 5-on-2 right now. Power jam for Gene Cena. Made the initial pass. Now putting the first 4 points up. This is an opportunity for the Rock Stars to get back in this game. Now two more defenders are coming in. The pivot. Pivot came in, got immediately called for a forearm, is going back out into the penalty box. Still, the Rock Stars have 5 out there calling that jam off. As Praying Mantis did make it back on the track, did not make the initial pass. 8 points on the board for the Rock Stars. We are now down. We have a 24-point lead for the Furies. This next jam, we got Cold War with a star. It looks like Senior Wiener is going to be calling a timeout for the Furies. He's watching the clock count down. And we have a timeout for the Furies. We will be starting with 2 Furies in the penalty box to start this next jam. Very exciting as this is getting a little bit tighter as we go into jam 16. Just 10 minutes and 28 seconds left in the game. I think I will participate in the wave that's about to happen in the arena here. Here we go. All right. Nothing like a running wave in a roller derby. Well, that whistle is like we're getting back to the action. Lost in Your Thighs with the star for the Furies. Once again, Cold War for the Rock Stars. They just push into the pack. And Lost in Your Thighs picks up lead jam for the Furies. Cold War going to the penalty box. It is a power jam for the Furies. And all the defenders for the Furies over in the penalty box trickle out. 4 points on the board for Lost in Your Thighs on that first scoring pass. Lost in Your Thighs being driven out of bounds. Finding a way up the middle and picks up lead jam. Sorry, already had lead jam. Picks up 4 more. That's 8 points. Both jammers are on the track now. And I believe Cold War made the initial pass already. Lost in Your Thighs with another 4-point, 12-point jam. I know that was the initial pass for Cold War. Oh, nice shot. Phoebe takes Lost in Your Thighs out of bounds as Cold War was coming up to put some points on the board. Jam got called off. 2 more going on the board. 14-point jam for the Furies. 180, 142, 8:54 left. Feasting with a star for these Rock Stars. Cooper for Lake Effect Furies. Cooper having some great jams in this game with just the instantaneous speed off the whistle. Nice move by Beasting coming around the outside of the pack. Picks up a lead jam for the Rock Stars. Cooper making the initial pass as well. Right now, the enemy for the Rock Stars might be the clock. Both jammers putting 4 points up on that first pass. Beasting looking to put some points up and call the jam off. But now the Cooper has made it through for 4 points. Beasting is going to stay. We have an 8-8 jam. 38-point difference, 7:41 left in the game. Smalls with the star for the Furies. Horaggio for the Rock Stars. Empty penalty box, so a little 5-on-5 here or 4-on-4 with 2 jammers. That's how you see it. Nice. Horaggio stepping through the defense. Just walking between the 1 to beat, 2 to beat, trying to. The three keeps reforming, but that pack's getting pulled apart. Not sure what the whistle is, but don't see anybody going to the penalty box. And Horaggio does pick up lead jam. Smalls makes the initial pass through as well. Looks like Smalls got one and the jam got called off. So Horaggio's plan was to have the Rockstars speed up so nobody would score as Horaggio called the jam off. But unfortunately, not everybody. Smalls made it to the pack before that last whistle of the call off. Gene Cena with the star for the Rockstars this jam. Lost in Your Thighs for the Furies. And Gene Cena picks up lead jam for the Rockstars, down by 39. 5:42 left in the game. Lost in Your Thighs does pick up the initial pass. 4 points on the board for Gene Cena. Gene Cena calling that jam off. We might get a timeout here, I have a feeling. Well, maybe not. I was going to say we 35 points separating the two teams with a little over 5 minutes left. Cold War with the star for the Rock Stars. Praying Mantis with the star for the Furies. Mantis goes around the outside, up the middle. Grimm hitting the brakes on that. Not nice, Grimm and Dang just not letting Mantis get through, and there's a whistle. Mantis does break through and picks up the lead, and Cold War making the initial pass through the pack as well. pivot going into the penalty box for the Furies. As Hadertot comes out of the penalty box. Both jammers can score. It looks like that jam got called off before. Maybe both of them putting a little damage up on that. 4 for the Furies, 3 for the Rockstars. Getting to the point of the game, like I said, the clock is the enemy. Rockstars need a big power jam. Furies are known to not make mistakes. We will see what happens. This is getting very exciting. Beasting with the star for the Rockstars. Cooper for the Furies. Cooper, nice move by Beasting around the inside line, picking up lead jam for the Rockstars. Beasting still there, 3:30 left. Both jammers are through. Cooper coming up as well. We may get a call off before any points can get put on the board, but it looks like Beasting wants to try to put some on. Oh, juking the defender and getting through and putting 4 up. Beasting making the initial pass through as well. Coach is saying Beasting put 4 more up and then call it. Not sure what that penalty was, but Beasting going to the penalty box. Now Cooper has a power jam. Looked like he was signaling for forearms, but I think Beasting's forearms were in the process of getting the call off. It was such a delayed call, too. Another 4 points on the board for Cooper, 12-point jam. And the Furies have gone past the 200-point mark. We will go to the end of this jam. We could have one jam left after this. We will Beasting with another 4-point pass. Another 4 going for Cooper. Beasting putting another 4, and the jam comes to its conclusion. And we're getting an official review by the Rockstars. Their last one was upheld, so they do not lose it. Now this may be the last one. With a minute 36 left in the game. 210 Furies, 169 Rockstars. 12-point jam there for the Rockstars. 17 going up for the Furies. This very well could be the last jam of the game. I'm guessing that maybe Coach Shazam is questioning the forearm penalty. From where I could tell, I obviously I wasn't absolutely sure of that because Beasting was calling the jam off when they called the forearm penalty out of bounds. I was thinking, if anything, it might be a track cut, but it was looked like a forearm penalty. I have a feeling this will not be reversed. You can't really put too much time back on the clock. What a great game, folks! Man, I'm very honored to be able to call it, and it definitely was exactly what I was expecting. Nothing was given. There was no easy lead jams. The defenses played solidly on both sides. It just, like I said, comes down to who makes the least amount of mistakes at the end of the game. So we are getting an explanation right now. Official review not retained. I'm guessing that was what I was guessing was why the forearm penalty. But so we are starting Nobody in the penalty box. 1:36 left. The whistle blows. Reggio with the star for the Rock Stars. Smalls for the Furies. If the Furies get lead, they can run the clock out. The Rock Stars get the lead, they can score some points. Reggio with 1 to beat picks up lead jam. Can try to get some points there and call a timeout. And exactly what happened. Both teams picked up 2. We have one more jam. Jam 23 will be the last jam of the game. We've got Gene Cena with the star for the Rock Stars. Lost in your thighs for Queen City. Lake Effect Furies. And Lost in your thighs looking to get one more to pass and pick up lead, and the lead's been picked up. Gene Cena did make the initial pass. And we are down to jam time, 1.5 minutes. The clock is down to 0. And the jam gets called off. Unofficials final 216 to 174. 4 points on the board for the Furies, 3 for the Rock Stars. We're going to come down to the center of the track. Hopefully I'm going to be able to maybe talk to someone as the game, after all the festivities at the end of the game, and we do have a final score. Some people leave. I always enjoy the stuff at the end of the game. You get to do you get to find the MVPs. You get as well. You get to the victory lap, which is always a lot of fun. I'm going to come out and enjoy the victory lap. Hopefully talk to somebody. It's time for a victory lap. This is the time when you slap hands with the skaters. You definitely want to slap hands. Great job by both sides. It really came down to who made the least amount of mistakes. And Queen City really had a great shot with Cooper having such success in the second half, jamming that kept Queen City just pressuring Rock City. Both defenses were unbelievable. It was a lot of fun to be able to call this game, as well as to definitely maybe talk to somebody. If I can grab somebody aside, that would be great. I don't know, see if I can grab Cooper here, because Cooper really had a great second half in the game. And I'm in the way. Oh, there we go. People are good. Rock Stars are coming through. This is the mayhem of the after game, but some of the best festivities happen once the game's over. These guys are all friends. Now it's like they're not hitting each other anymore, so now it's time to hug each other. And I see if I can grab somebody here for 1 second. Cooper, the veteran. That's why I want to talk to. Cooper had such a great second half. If I had a vote, let's talk about the game a little bit. What did you think?
It was a hard game. I'm not usually a jammer, but I was trying it out so I can be a more effective pivot come playoffs. So they do a phenomenal job, and I am so glad that jamming is not my usual role.
What a defense out there. How was that defense?
The defense was amazing. They're really heavy hitters. They're solid walls. Our offense was amazing. I'm super proud of our team. I'm super proud of the other team. representing roller derby. It's a great sport, great community.
What a great rivalry between these two teams too. You know, they're an hour away, but man, we play every year, and what a great game.
It's so much fun. I love playing against them.
Well, thank you for you had a great. It was fun watching, and I felt for you because it was tough. It was definitely tough. All right, let me see if I can grab Cooper or do I should. Okay, definitely. Hey, Horacio, can I talk to you for a second? Horacio, people know you here, don't they?
They do, yes. I played with Queen City for 3 years.
What was it like to be on the other side?
So much fun. I love knowing their secrets and knowing that they're particularly gunning for me because we're friends. It makes it so much more satisfying when I skin somebody who has beaten me 1,000 times in practice.
Yeah, I was going to say, they kind of know you, but they still had a difficult time out there. You definitely had a great game.
Thank you very much. It was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, that was, and it's like you're fighting family out there, you know. And then as soon as the game is over, boom, you know, you're hugging each other and everything. So, but it wasn't, you know, this is like the first time you've been back here to take on Queen City.
To play, yes. I've been back to watch their games. The first time playing them since I left.
I couldn't let you get by without coming in because I've called so many times where you've had great games against the Rock Stars from the B sides. So I had to come down and talk to you after the game. But what a great game it was! What a lot of fun! And what about those defenses out there?
They're tough, and it's so much meaner when they're going against you instead of helping you. But it's been so nice playing with the Rock Stars too. That they're such an organized team who like really are always looking to try and give you that little bit of offense and punch you through. And they're holding some incredible jammers for ages, giving me time to figure my things out. So
yeah,
both sides.
Yeah, that you played great. That was a fun game. I could see every time you got out there to the jam that, you know, it's your old teammate next to you, and you know it's like, hey, you know, we're gonna fight each other, but then we're gonna hug after it. And it's like but what a great game! And congratulations on coming down. I know Rock Stars didn't come out on top, but man, the defenses were just so tight tonight, you know. Yeah, so thank you very much for coming on. All right. What a fun game. And it looks like we're getting the MVPs right now. It'll be interesting to see who they pick. There we go. Cold War getting the MVP jammer for the Rock Stars. Cold War, that was difficult. You know, both with those defenses playing as tough as they were, man. It was. I definitely did not feel like anybody had easy time out there at all through the whole game. And I was very proud of both defenses because both of them were doing everything they practiced for 6 months before this game, and they did it so great in the game. All right, you got locked and loaded as MVP. Cold War, Fifi. You got one more, and then it's time to go out and have a few adult beverages. You know what I mean? You know, so. All right, this is the Cash Man here at Queen City Roller Derby at Riverworks. If you ever come to Roller Derby, this is where you want to go. Great place. The final score, 216. The Furies, 174. The Rock Stars, final score. And we're out of here. We'll see you next game. It's not that far away. I think it's coming up in 2 weeks. 29th. It'll be 29th. It's a Wednesday, I believe, at 7 o'clock. We'll see you there.